Hello, hello. How are you guys doing today? How you guys doing? Doing good, doing good? Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm doing last minute posting things, places. Okay. Okay, just double checking. This is awesome. Okay, cool. All right. Glad you guys are doing swell. Hopefully we will be able to get a majority of the inking done today for this project. Let me see. Let me also change up the music. Also, if you're not hearing the music, please let me know. I am trying out some new settings, and I'm trying to figure out how to separate my my audio, just so I can start uploading videos to Twitch as well as YouTube without copyrighted music put into place. So that's kind of what I'm testing out today. So please let me know if you can or cannot hear the music. Okie dokie, Tartuki. Let me see. Stream friendly. No. No music? What the fuck? Oh, that's so stupid. This is so stupid. I don't want to do that. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna Google this really quick. Okay, so music, advanced settings. Let me see. Okay, hello. I'm figuring out some stuff. Okay, so that works, but why doesn't everything else work? Audio tracks not picking up on stream. OBS. Okay, I'm looking up information on how to fix this issue with the audio tracking. Yep, practice my beatboxing skills. Because what I don't want to happen, in all honesty, is let me see. Okay, status is active. Volume is exactly where it should be. You guys can hear my voice right now. So, why is it not working? Sound effects, music. Music is set to 3. Do I have to have a plugin for it to work? Hold on. Okay, track 1. This is so frustrating because I just want this to work so I can start uploading my videos onto YouTube without having to like go completely silent and knock out my own voice and stuff like that. That's the thing that okay, so problem solving. Everyone is free to put in their own input to how to fix this. Why is that inactive? That makes no sense. YouTube video time. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Step by step. Step by step. Output. Ah. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Gotcha. That fucking sucks. So hold on. I have to reset my stream real quick. It's just gonna take just one second. All right. Wait, no, I shouldn't do that. Okay. Well, I figured out the thing. I know what I need to do. So let me see. Okay, so I do need, for streaming, I do need that there, and that there, that there, that there. So all for streaming goes there. And then, yeah, that, and then that, and then, yeah. Oh shit, I need to, wait. Is it already uncheckmarked? It sure is. Okay, sweet. So this VOD is not gonna be fucked up. Thank goodness I already set that up. I was smart enough to set up those dots correctly. But now I know how it all works. Just because of one piece of information that I was missing out on. Okay, so you guys should be able, I'm gonna turn on the music again. You should be able to hear music now. Okay, sweet. Okay, cool. Knowledge is power. Okay, I'm gonna actually add this to my bookmark list for future knowledge. Okay, cool. I'll add that to my bookmark list and then update my OBS knowledge playlist for peeps who want a step-by-step of how to get their own streams all fixed up without doing what I just did, which is the struggle bus strat of like going, why the fuck doesn't things work? Slams keyboard. Okay, so cool. I know how it works now. And now the audio is successfully separated so I can upload this to YouTube right after I'm done with stream. Thank goodness. I'm actually really happy about it. Okay, cool. All right, so today we are going to be doing inking. And so, thank goodness I didn't start that earlier, but we're gonna clean up this this arm really quick because I actually got a better idea for this arm. Clip. Okay. Why are you laggy? Why are you laggy? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel that sometimes just need to run away? I'm gonna make a copy of this actually, just in case. It's always good to make a copy. Oh no! Shit! You just got here! I feel bad now. This is like, I was trying to figure that out before stream. I'm not gonna lie. I really did. I'm like, it's like, I want to figure all this stuff out before I stream, like a good streamer. And I'm like, it's just like, but it doesn't work. It makes me sad. Okay. For some reason, my tablet pin is lagging like a mofo, and I don't appreciate that. The stabilization should not be that bad. I should be able to just draw. Yeah, like, okay, Clip Studio's acting weird. Like, why are you lagging? What the fuck is happening? Turn on Task Manager. What the fuck's eating my CPU? OBS should not be eating my CPU. Oh, wait. I forgot there might have been an update. God damn it. So much shit. So little time. Yeah, it's OBS. Why is it eating so much all of a sudden? What is happening? Hold on, guys. I'm gonna reset everything. This is so fucking annoying. I don't know why it's doing this. Hold on. Give me a second. I hope you have a good night, Power Up. Rest well. Okay, set up this, fix that. Okay, all of those settings are fine. There's no replay buffer. Hopefully this lag stops soon. Yeah, okay. I will make sure when I do streams in the future, I will make absolutely sure that whatever bullshit this is, it doesn't happen again. Because I don't like this bullshit at all. I've been very, very good I shouldn't be punished. I've been good about being busy and awesome and stuff like that. I should not be punished. Okay. Close that, close that. Okay. Anywho. Okay. Nah, this is actually becoming hard to work on stuff because of this nonsense. Okay. Hello. Currently looking up reference images for what I want to do. How are you doing, Star? Hope you're doing all right. There we go. A little bit more bird-like. Oh no! Sleepy times. Gonna have to tuck you in. It's a little bit more bird-like. Yeah, that works. Hey! Yo! Thank you for the subscriptions. Yo, Win! Hi. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. Yow. Okay, hold on. I realize now that my little alarm system might not be working. My alarm system should be working. Where are my alerts? ¿Por qué? We'll fix that later. Yeah, we'll just fix that later. Hi, Win! I think I will add some feather textures here. Make it so it's a little feathery. I might add some feathers here. Just a little bit. There we go. Not too crazy. But just enough to make it look demon-like, but of bird demon. And then also, we need to change some of the eyeballs. Should I change this main eyeball into like a dot one? This is up to Star. Or should I keep it? Because I can always make this one an octopus one, like some of these other ones. The other designs. Okay, sounds good. Because, like, heck, it's a demon. It could have the crazy frog eye looking thing. But like still have bird features, you know? So that's a coolio thing. I'm gonna make this one a diamond. Make sure there's different demons in here. Yeah, I'm also very excited as well. I was just having such a hard time with this skirt, and I found out why. I found out that the cross-legged pose that I gave her was twisted in a weird way. And so when I fixed her legs to actually like look like cross-legged, if she was like actually like sitting properly, it like fixed the skirt. So I'm like, oh god. Thank goodness for 3D models. Or I would have like just been sitting there struggling for like hours and trying to be like, why doesn't it look right? Shakes. Shakes screen. Yeah, like 3D models are a flipping blessing. They keep my mind at ease and at peace. Okay, I need to make sure that the ripple and the roundness of this actually goes around. There we go. Same with you, same with you. Ripple, 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 ripple. I also wasn't sure if I should have put teeth and rage. I also wasn't sure if I should have put like teeths and mouths in here as well. Eyes are just so cool, but I can make them all like glowy and shit. Ooh, I can also do that as well. Make like one of her eyes actually do the glowy thing. Yeah, I think changing this to bird nails was like the best idea. Because now I can make them look really glossy. Ah, yes, okay. Alright. We got all of the bases down, we fixed it and everything. Now it's time to ink. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to make it a multiply layer. And we're going to make several vectors. We're going to do a main one for Onyx. Do another one for the demon. And then do another one for the pond. I think I'll add, let's see, plotting this out. We'll add things as we go if we need to. I know I'm going to need at least 1 or 2 more vector layers to make sure that everything goes cleanly, and then we'll merge it afterwards. But let's see, it's line art time. Exactly. Okay, so now that it's line art time, I'm going to quickly save. And I'm actually going to turn on time lapse just so I can have some extra additional more close-up footage of my process when I eventually put this up for, yes, and drink water. I have my water bottle right here. Okay. And also, like, when I put it up on YouTube, now that I figured out the audio thing, sippy. Oh man, I'm so happy about the audio thing now. I'm like legit static because now we can listen to whatever music we want, guys. Believe it or not, we won't get copyright DMCA'd now with this new setup. We can listen to whatever music we want. But I want to test it out with this stream with game music first, just to make absolutely sure it's set up properly. But if it's set up properly after the stream, then we can listen to whatever the fuck we want now. And that makes me super excited. Okay, so now that we have the setup, I'm actually going to start doing record time lapse. Okay, you'll turn on canvas time lapse. The time lapse recording will be saved with the canvas and the file. Okay, cool. So now that we got that set up, use my favorite inking, or I might use the real. I think I'm going to use the real G pen because I like the texture of it a lot. I'm going to go in here, we're going to grab this color. We're going to slap that in there, grab this purple, slap that in there, grab this dark color, and then grab this pink. So this is basically our color palette. Is going to be right here, but we also have this going on, which is also extremely helpful. Change this to there we go. I need it just a touch. Just a touch darker. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, like, okay, so these right here are so helpful for, like, not only, like, playing around with colors, but you can also change the settings by just tapping these and just, like, playing around with that. So yeah, we have our two, I'm gonna actually scoot that over to the side so these two are side by side. So we have our two color palette things, and we're going to be just messing around with those colors. That's like kind of one thing that I miss from Paint Tool Sci is that the color mixing palette thing. Like, Paint Tool Sci had the color mixing palette thing, and I'm like, man, that thing was like so helpful. Like, I love mixing colors like a canvas, like a paint palette. So when I moved to Clip Studio for the first time, like the very first time, I had a hard time picking my colors because of that. Might go a little bit more. Also, let's just turn this to through for now. Yeah. I need to fix this eye just a pinch more. Also, to those who've never used the vector layers, when your little layer has like a little box here, that means that it's a vector layer. And what makes vector layers so nice is that you can edit your layers afterwards, like using like the deform tool, the transform mesh tool, stuff like that. You can even like do cleaner erasing, like erase whole lines like that. I want to make this eyelash as pretty as possible. Yes, okay. Yeah, they need to add that like really badly, cuz man, I love mixing colors. Cuz that's how I did most of my experimenting with colors, which is kind of like this kind of does it, but it doesn't quite do it. It's like it's more mathematical. It's not as artsy, which is like the issue. Mm. There we go. Hey, how you doing? I hope they add it one day. It would be nice. Oh, hi. 1 second. Okay, so another really cool trick with, or like something to keep in mind, not a cool trick, but like, because this isn't Clip Studio specific, this is just art in general, digital art in general. When you're working on a sketch layer, you kind of noticed how I lowered the opacity of the original sketch. The reason why I do that specifically every time I do start inking is because I don't want to end up on the wrong layer. Every time that I've tried to do like inking and did not lower the opacity on the sketch layer, I kind of ended up inking on the wrong layer. So that's kind of one reason why you should lower the opacity on your sketches. Sounds good, sounds good. And thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. Happy that my stream is chill. Bum bum ba da. Ba na na na. Oh yeah, for sure. Like when it comes to the beginning of it, like as I go through it, I will slowly lower it more and more and more as I'm trying to like focus on certain details. Because it will help with that focus. Um so like you can use your use it for like rough passes, and then for your secondary pass, like you have it almost down to like a 5% or even a 2%. So you're able to see the inking and stuff like that a lot easier. Mm-mm. There we go. I just need to round out her nose just a little bit more. She has a little bit of a shadow here. I drew the sketch perfectly for how I want her nose to be. And yet here we are. Okay, there we go. Yeah, cause line art can be such a pain in the butt. Like that one, I keep seeing it on Twitter, but the guy who draws foxes and pigeons, does the animated stuff with the Nintendo. I suck at names. With the pigeons and the fox and stuff like that. He's done several little clips. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Kiki. Hope I pronounced that right. Where it's just like working on sketch and then line art, and then they turn off the sketch and it looks like crap, and you're like, bruh. That's such a valid emotion though. Okay, I need a stabilization mode. Adjust speed. Increase stabilization when drawing slowly. Yes, that one. There we go, much better. Okay. Another really cool thing about vector lines is that you can change the line thickness whenever you want. Oops, wrong one. You remember training with this? Yeah. It can be a struggle. It's definitely something that it depends on the artists as well. 'Cause for instance, it's not really great for anybody who uses, for instance, use the lasso tool to make certain shapes for their piece. It doesn't quite work with styles like that until Clip Studio comes out with a feature that does specifically that in Vector. So until that happens, like a lot of people who do use it for that specific reason, who don't use vector for that specific reason, are completely valid. But I love the control that I have, and I've used Illustrator for years throughout college, so I know how to marry the two for sure. Like, it definitely takes time. All right, this is one of those instances where I will probably use a different layer to draw this, because I want to make sure that this design looks really good. I want to put more jewelry in her hair. I'm probably blinging out Onyx far more than what she would bling herself out in. And I need to also go back and add, like, more hairlines. Basically add just the tiniest bit of wiggle. One second. Sorry about that. I thought someone knocked on my door. She deserves it. I mean, Victor seems to think so as well. So, let's see. I'm gonna do this. Well, it's not gonna work that way. Oh, we're still in starting stream. Right. Let me see. Hmm. Okay. We're just gonna hop around just a bit. 1 second. Okay, cool. I probably need to clean up the sketch just a pinch more. Okay, why is this? Yeah, it should be doing that. There we go. Yeah, I like the claw, the burb claw. This finger is probably a little. There we go. There we go. A lot better. Eh. Just because crows are her favorite, I think it's a really cool idea just to have her main demon that she uses the most being a crow. Just because it's her favorite animal. So it's the most powerful. I like the theming. The theming is makes me smile, makes me giggle. I just see Bayonetta a little bit, just in a bayonet Bayonetta-like way. I mean, like, just summoning a crow claw to give a smackdown. Gosh, I've had an idea for Bayonetta Luna for such a long time. Just gotta pick and choose what artwork I want to work on. If Bayonetta was an extreme introvert, yeah. Yeah, like, cause like for Luna especially, like her caramel swirled hair, like that would look really cool. I think it's a good idea that I'm doing the claw first, because that's out of my imagination, and it's helping me warm up. Oh, wait, I need to check that really quick. There we go, much better. There we go, much better. I think I will. Okay, I hope you rest well. I will be sure to update you and send you any images of my progress when I stop streaming. I hope you have a fantastic rest. Yay. Okay. Okay, really quick BRB. I also have to go. I have to go to the restroom really, really quick. So we're just gonna play a really quick 90-second ad. No, we're gonna only gonna play a little tiny, dinky minute, 30-second ad. Well, or I guess a minute 30 wouldn't be bad. Anyway, I'm gonna take a little, really quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Oof. Okay, let me see. Click that button. All right. Okay, so recently I've gotten my family, or at least my mom, into a movie series called Kingdom, which is a Korean zombie horror not movie, series. And it is so good, guys. It is so good. I absolutely love it. It has some really good intrigue, a conspiracy. Like it's just really well presented. Probably one of my favorite zombie zombie horror series, for sure. So things on the chopping block for this month. I was planning on working on like personal updates and stuff like that, but I have way too many commissions now to do that. I think I might have to save that for little birthday gifts to myself. Um, but I've been also looking into other Twitch extensions and stuff like that to help the stream be more available for everybody. And one of them is adding closed captions. But the only issue is that I'm currently facing dilemma-wise is where do I put the closed captions? And I was wondering if should I keep chat on stream? Like, I understand people really like to see chat on stream. And if I do keep chat on stream, where should I relocate them? Where should I relocate you guys? So I can fit closed caption on the bottom and not have it be in the way when people are like when they're watching the stream, because closed caption doesn't show up in the VODs, so that's not what I have to worry about the most. I have to worry about where to put you guys while the stream is going on. That's like the biggest thing. I know some people can turn it off, but for those who don't want to turn it off, I need to find a place to put chat. I don't know if I want to put it on the right side, like underneath like my logo. I'm not entirely sure. It's just like there's a few places that I'm like, okay, where can I put all this stuff? Like, are there things that are just taking up too much space right now? So it's just like that's one of the things. Definitely going to be replacing the scrolling text with something else entirely when I get the chance to. I already have something in mind that is basically rotating like displays of each of the settings of each of those like recent and top dono thingies. So that's not what so those are going to actually like free up a lot of space, but it still begs the question, where should I put chat? And do I need anything else a part of my display? And these are kind of questions that I want to figure out when I'm doing my revamp of my overlays and stuff like that. Because I need to do the overlays. I'm slowly piecing together what I want as a VTuber. I've been doing that off stream. Basically, right now, it is a tie between like it's still gonna have the mask. I think the mask is always going to stay, no matter what design I pick. The question is, should the mask be always on my character, as in like always on the face, or can it be off to the side, like on the head? And that's like a few things that I want to figure out if I want to do that. Yep, that works. Claws are almost done. And then we'll do the eyeballs on the bottom. And then we will slowly and surely start working on Onyx and getting her all inked up. The thing that's going to be the slowest for the inking is most likely going to be like adding all the beads and stuff and the coins. Grabbing a sneak. Okay. Sorry about that. Got semi-distracted. Okay. Bum 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 ba da da da. Okay. The claw's pretty much done. I'm just double checking. I'm gonna add some bumps here. Make sure that the bumps are accurate enough. Okay. How you guys holding up? Sorry for any dropped frames. For some reason, it's still lagging. Don't know why. I need to remember which lag spike means what, but I will have to do that after stream. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, the 16 party raid. Welcome, welcome to the stream stram. Pleasure to meet y'all. How are y'all? My name is Ray. I am a illustrator / graphic designer, freelancer. I typically spend my time doing a whole bunch of commission work. And right now, and today, we're working on an illustration commission for a friend of mine, Star Creator. Character's name is Onyx, and she is a demon collector. Woo! Hype. Hype, hype, hype. Welcome, welcome to the Stream Shrimp. Thank you so much again for the raid. Oh, that's completely valid. I'm so sorry, guys. I have the validation thing up because you know them bots, be bots. Thank you, thank you. Hello, hello. Woo! Next time I'll turn it off in the future, just to allow everyone to have fun. Until those pesky bots start acting up again, I guess. But yeah, welcome. I play D&D and draw? Sweet! Oh, DBD. Gotcha. And an emote artist. Sweet. Yeah, like I'm a Twitch emote artist as well. Twitch emotes are very, very fun. I think the only other thing that I've done other than art is Hollow Knight randomizer and speedruns. Not crazy speedruns. I don't do it competitively. I just do it for giggles. Thank you. Yeah, this claw is taking a lot of details. But it's my own fault because I'm like, this would be a great idea. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I have to draw it. But I'm loving it still. I have to draw all the feathers and stuff like that too. Very Howl's Moving Castle claw-like. No! I highly doubt you'll lose your viewers, seeing as my schedule and streaming is very inconsistent. Consistent streamers can get far more views than I will ever get. But yeah, oh no, emotes are too many details still? Oh man, that's a bummer. But emotes are a skill of their own as well. A lot of people underestimate how difficult it is to draw something with the detail while also keeping it small, which is a skill of its own. A lot of people underestimate the importance of making something look clean in such a small size. Yay! And thank you so much for the rating. I need to get a few more things set up for my stream to be as fluid as I want it to. Like adding a little bot that actually like auto posts like when someone raids and goes like shout out. I need to set that up. I'll add that to my notes. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I drew all of my own emotes, though most of my emotes are currently very outdated. And that's kind of part of the meme of it all right now. The only one that's up to date, or the newest one, is the trash can one, the one that I'm currently using as my PNG tuber. That's the only one that's actually like a more recent emote. The other ones are outdated, as well as done on a platform, or not platform, excuse me, a program called Affinity Design, which is basically a competitor to Adobe Illustrator. But from all my emotes I do nowadays, I usually use Clip Studio nowadays. But yeah, the secrets to vector lines. Vector lines are a type of inking tool that you can use. Well, not just a tool, it's more like a layer that you have for Clip Studio that allows you to edit your line art at an easier time inking your line art. But also it allows you to edit your line art. Actually, I can use that as an example here since these beads are being a little bit finicky. So instead of just drawing the line over and over again, trying to get it absolutely perfect, vector layers come with a set of tools. You can find it with the subtool that has like one of these little icons on it, because when you have Clip Studio open, for anyone who didn't know this little tidbit, whatever tool you have selected in your subtools is the icon that's going to pop up in your tool section. So it might take a little bit of time to find it, but these sets of subtools allow you to edit your line art. It's basically before the liquify tool existed. These existed before the liquify tool existed. But it allows you to edit the line art here. And you can even go in if you've ever, oh, what? Let's see. Okay, sorry. I got distracted for a second by an ad pop-up. But if you've ever used Illustrator or Adobe Designer, you'll recognize these little dots. And these little dots is what allows you to actually like pull the line art and stuff like that around, so you can actually like get really, really accurate with your lines and bend them around and stuff like that. You can also like redraw the line entirely if you're just like, okay, I like the thickness of this line, I just need to redraw it. And you can just spend some time just like redrawing it like this, and it will redraw the line. Also, good night. Hope you rest well to whoever is going to bed. Another cool thing with the line art is that you can even, with the vector lines, is that you can even change the width of your lines whenever you want to. So for instance, I feel like I did this hair way too thin. So I can actually go into here, go into correct line width, change it to thick, which is right here, and then just dab it, just like little tiny dots, and it thickens up the lines here. So now, like any line that you make in a vector layer, you can edit it to be what you want it to be. And you can even, like, there's so many little extra bits to vector lines, which is why I try to encourage people to use it as much as possible if they're a line artist. So I actually want to thin this out. Just the bits right here, and then thicken this out. Yeah. Another thing that vector lines work really, really well with is the bucket fill tool. You can set up your bucket fill tool to not bleed through vector lines. Like anything that's a reference layer won't bleed through anyway if you have the chat box clicked. But also you can set it up so that whatever vector line you have there, your bucket tool will only go halfway through the line art. So for instance, even if you have an inconsistency with your line art, and I'm going to just make this as an example here. So like even if you have like a thin and then a thick going on here, and you need to then bucket fill it. I'm going to use my reference one. So I have it as a reference layer, and I click here, and because of the settings that I have, actually, oh, I forgot I had it over bleed because I was working on something else that didn't have vector layers, but let's try that again. This one's actually set properly. As you can see here, there's no pixelation happening outside of the lines. It's because it's only going within the area here. And then for the reference one, for the vector specific ones, it only goes halfway. So you can see how it only goes halfway through the line, even with the thickness. So it should go right here. But I have my little tolerance set a little bit differently, so it's pixelating out of here. But still, like, it's such a good tool. It's so helpful using the lines just for like even making like lineless art. You can do so much with vector lines. I use it for lineless art a lot of the time because of how it interacts with the bucket fill tools. It's just like it's just a helpful like layer tool, and it could make line art easier as well. Again, like you can edit whatever you put down. Let's see, what else? What else can vector layers do? They make really clean fills. Let's see. Oh, I have so much knowledge about Clip Studio. It's definitely a program I've stuck to for many years at this point. I think I'm gonna do this. There we go. Let's see. Any other questions? Like, feel free to ask. Like, I'm a open book when it comes to Clip Studio knowledge. Like, I love sharing tips and tricks. It's something that I really need to get on the ball with making like a YouTube channel for really badly, because I'm like, there's so much knowledge, and I get kind of like, I just Pikachu meme at like whatever my friends are like, man, it's just like, I wish Clip Studio had this one thing. I'm like, but it does. It has this thing. It's right there. Points. Like, for instance, the Subview tool. Oh, beautiful music? Yay, thank you. We're playing a lot of chilled game tunes right now. We might hop into some more rocky stuff later on, like Hades music. Any tips on organizing layers in Clip Studio? The coolest thing that I could probably give you, it takes a little bit of setup, but after you do the setup, you won't have to worry nearly as much about organization. The biggest tip that I could probably give for organization is creating an auto action. An auto action is one of those things that not many people dive into because it's really spooky at first. But once you learn how to like use it and utilize it and you experiment with it, you can do so much with it. What an auto action is, it's basically a set of commands that go step by step through a process. And I use this to set up all of my layers, especially if I'm doing something reoccurring like my emote layers, because I always set up my emote layers in a very specific way. So for instance, I have this auto action set up so it immediately, when I double click on it, it immediately makes a folder with three draft layers in it and makes this a multiply layer immediately. So I already have like a set of layers and folders that are set up, and it's even named too. Like you can even set up your auto actions to automatically name your folders. So like once you set it up, you can set it up so it adds a color to it, changes the name of it, changes it to a draft layer, like basically presets and templalizes your whole entire your system. I even have it set up so like my stage 1 for creating my emotes is it always puts a vector layer in here. It changes the layer to red because I like to go like red means that I just now started on it. Orange means that I just finished inking it. Yellow means that I finished base coloring it. Green means that I finished refining like the details. And then blue or purple, depending on how like what exactly I'm doing, means that I completed the emote. But yeah, like once I have like a finished sketch and what have you, like I just do like blah 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 sketch. Yeah. So that's in here. After I finish my sketch layer, I drag it into this folder, and then I double click my layer stage 2, and it immediately changes it into a draft layer. And it changes it to blue, and it lowers the 50% and changes it to a multiply. So it's ready to draw over. And then it also adds color layers to it as well. So now I can just jump right into inking and coloring the thing without worrying about adding any additional files or folders. I don't have to play around with like all that stuff. It's already pre-made and set up for me. I even have like a little extra thing that's just make like an extra clip layer. Clip layers are really helpful. Multiply line art. I like doing multiply line art for my emotes. So when I finish my vector line art in black, I double click this. It changes that to a multiply, adds a normal clip layer above it. So if I want to like color shade it, I can. Like if there's like transparency, like glasses or something like that, I like adding like blue around the edges of my clip layers. So like the auto actions are spooky at first, but once you get used to them, you can automate a lot of your process. You'll usually see default, and it will have like a whole bunch of stuff. I recommend just like having like a completely base layer, like just not layer, excuse me, a completely like throwaway like folder project canvas thing, and just play around with each of these things just to get like an idea about like the limitations of some of the stuff. But then you can go in and when you hit the little dash marks here, you can't see the pop-up because I don't have it set up that way. Let me just change it over really quick. Display capture. All right. There we go. So you'll see this pop up right here, and you can create a completely new set that is just for you. You can name it whatever you want. Let's see, I'm gonna name this one let's see, effects. And so now we have a new section in our little drop-down menu that just says effects. And to make an auto action, we're going to make this blur plus, let's see, Gmap for gradient map. And then, so after you rename it and stuff like that, it's going to be completely blank. And how you start creating and adding on your auto action is you hit this little record button. Now be aware that when you hit this record button, you have to hit it again to turn it off. If you don't turn it off, it will not only lag your Clip Studio, but the auto action will probably be broken if you leave it on for like every single thing that you do. So keep that in mind. Make sure to turn it off when you finish your action that you want to do. You don't want any unnecessary actions, but I'll also show you how to delete those actions if you accidentally like overdo it. So I will also, let's see, where is it? Where's that button? Where's that button? Where's that button? Not clip that. I just want to stamped that. All right. Sorry, I just needed to add a quick stamp to my Twitch VOD just so I can remember to come back to here and clip this for easier access for my YouTube channel. All right, so let's go into this. So what we want to do for this is we want to add on a gradient map as well as a blur. Let's see. So we're gonna have our layer. We're gonna just like add just like some texture, just some like paintbrushy brushy. Add another face. Okay, so we have our layer that we want to add a blur and all that stuff. So we're gonna hit record. We're gonna go to filter, and this is like it's kind of really primitive. So unless you have specific quick keys that allow you to do certain things, it's going to be difficult to add on certain features unless you know what, or unless you have them under certain quick keys. So like keep that in mind. It goes by like as if you are like going step by step through this. It doesn't really follow your mouse movements very well. So if you have a specific mouse movement that you do, like rotating something, then it might not pick that up. So just keep that in mind. So we're gonna add a glacial blur. We're gonna increase that. All right, that's awesome. We're gonna hit OK, and it saved that. And then we're going to add another blur. We're going to add a motion blur and just go all crazy here. Change the angle to whatever we want. Hit OK. And it saved the motion blur. It even has the parameters of whatever motion blur that you used. Like it has all the settings here. So if you're not sure about what settings you even used, then you can always click down one of these arrows to see exactly what settings you used. If you just want to repeat one part of the process. And then we're going to add a gradient map. Let's see. Gradient. Where'd my gradient maps go? Here they are. Ah, right. I almost forgot. Gradient map is a layer thing. So we're going to add, let's see, right click the layer thing. Where are you, gradient map? There you are. Okay. Add a gradient map. And we're going to add an effect. I'm going to add this little dark red one. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to hit OK. And so it added the gradient map. And then we're going to clip it to the thing below. So it just did all of that for us. And now whenever we need it to do that specific parameter, it will do that specific parameter for us. And I think it will even pick the exact gradient map that you picked. So for instance, if I wanted to take this line art that we have right here, let's see, let's go with the hair line art just so it's a little bit clearer to see. So we have this line art right here. I'm going to double click. Gradient blur could not be executed. Do you wish to proceed? Now, this pop-up will only pop up for specific things that it can't do, just in general. For instance, gradient blur and motion blur cannot work on vector layers. So this pop-up will warn you before you do this. So we're going to just hit yes, and then it did everything else that it could do, which includes the gradient map, which is still the same color that we picked before, and it added it as a clip layer. So yeah, like this is a really helpful tool for efficiency and making sure that you can do like organize all your stuff like more efficiently and stuff like that as well. Oh, and a fair warning when it comes to auto actions. As I stated before, it does all the actions as if you're doing them yourself, like step by step. So that also means that it will be saved in your history step by step. It won't go all the way back through your auto actions. Like for instance, if you click the auto action, it won't go back to when you first clicked the auto action. It'll actually go step by step backwards. So if you have a limited amount of undos, just keep that in mind. Yay, I'm glad. I'm very glad. Okay, we can delete that layer, and we're going to keep these. Gotcha. And then, oh, right. I almost forgot the extra thing. If you do add something that you don't want, or if you do it in an order that's like not the order that you want, like for example, Clip Studio handles files and folders very weirdly. I'm going to add another auto action, folder mockup. So Clip Studio handles folders very weird, and this is something that I still haven't quite figured out. And also, have a good night, rest well. I will try my best to upload just the clip of the auto action thing, as well as have this VOD available on my YouTube as well, because I want to start doing that. Yeah, definitely gonna have like a recording of this, because recently, as of today, I figured out how to separate my music track from my my stream track, so I can actually upload these videos directly onto YouTube after I'm done, which is super helpful without being McBopped by the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, highly recommend if you haven't bought Clip Studio yet. They have a free trial that you can always start off with to test things out. But also, Clip Studio frequently goes on sales. So if you have a sale, or if you haven't seen a sale yet, it's most likely around the corner. They usually go for like 50 to like 60% off every time they go on sale. So highly recommend waiting for a sale if you haven't bought in Clip Studio yet. It's a one-time purchase. You just did the 30-day. Rip. YouTube, right. I almost forgot. Let me just, hold on. Where's the button for the thing? There's the button for the thing. Okay. I pushed the button for the thing. So, my YouTube has not reached a point where I can actually rename it Calligraphy Inc. yet, which is my business name. It hasn't reached a point to do that. So, I still need, like, okay, so I think the little wordy thing said that, I have to have 100 subscribers before I can rename my URL to be whatever I want it to be. So that's the first goal for my YouTube channel, is to reach that. So it's just like, we're halfway there. Like, I think the last time I checked it was at like 52 or something. So I'm like, yeah, halfway there. Fuck yeah. I just don't want to start like putting it on blast till I get till I change the URL, because I want to keep things consistent, and I also don't want to like go back and like change things. I think I just might make these blunt. I think I'll just little curl. Yeah, I think I'll just do it like that. What is my typical canvas size? For the longest time, I used to do 350 DPI until I realized that if I'm just going to be uploading it to digital, to like a digital platform, I don't need to have it at 350 DPI. And then when it comes to sizes, like the actual canvas sizes, it depends on what I'm working on. But I try my best to stick within a printable format, if that makes sense. Like, for instance, this one, I think this one, yeah, you can kind of see it up here. It's a B5 print cut, which is close to like what is it called? Like one of the larger pieces of printable paper out there. And then those kind of canvas sizes can be scaled down to like photos or postcard sizes pretty easily, which is why I keep within like a certain like print ratio, just in case, you know. When it comes to emotes, though, and this is the difference part, emotes I typically have at, I think I have it at 600 or 800 square pixels, like as a square in pixels, because I need to make sure that it stays small enough that I understand that it's going to be a small, like it's going to be saved even smaller, but I want to be high res enough or like large enough that any details that I do have, they're not going to get pixelated immediately. So that's why I do my sizes for emotes specifically at like 600 or 800 square template at 300 DPI, I think. But recently I've just been like slowly trying to like lower my DPI to 200, because most printers, unless you're like really shelling out the money, most printers like don't even take a 300 DPI. Like, it's cool to have it, it's there if you need it, but you can save a lot of like computer file space if you just save it as like a 200 DPI or something like that. But it all depends on like your own parameters and stuff like that. And if you have storage, then you don't have to worry about it. It's just something that I'm learning recently. Oh, right. Did I completely forget about the folder thing that I was gonna showcase? Whoops. Okay. So we're gonna add another stamp just so I know where to cut. So, to explain the folder thing that I completely forgot about, Clip Studio handles folders very oddly. And what I mean by that is that they have a set hierarchy. And so this is where the whole like your mouse, where your mouse is pressed, isn't registered. And this is why you kind of need quick keys to help you move some files and layers around. So let me just like record this really quick. So I'm going to create a folder, and then I'm going to create the layer that I want. Now, even if you like have like even if you like really want a whole bunch of folders in your folder, you can't click the folder button and then click the folder button again to appear inside of this folder. That's where the hierarchy comes in. So if you hit the folder button twice, it would just appear on top of the folder. It won't be inside of the folder. So you have to click a new layer and then a new folder for it to appear inside of your folder. And then you have to click the new layer, and then so on and so forth. So if you want something that has a bunch of folders in it and a bunch of layers in it, you definitely have to create quick keys that toggles your selection of your layers. I don't know, I haven't quite found a way to, I don't think Clip Studio has a way, I'm pretty sure I looked through this, to close your folders. So you can like just change the selection and stuff like that. But I have quick keys that allow me to reselect a different folder. So you gotta just like keep that in mind. So like as for instance here, I created another folder layer and it didn't embed itself into this lower folder. So just keep that in mind when you're doing like folder hierarchy. It's for something that I did like when I was first getting into auto actions, I kind of like made the mock-up of my layers first. Like basically I made the mock-up of like what folder layout I wanted first, and then I tried to recreate that step by step with the auto action activated. So basically I made a map first, and then I made the actual auto action itself. So just keep that in mind when you're doing those kind of like folder auto actions. They're kind of a little tricky. Also, thank you for the follow. I was in the midst of explaining some stuff about auto actions really quick. I'll probably go even deeper in depth. I will add this as a note onto my notepad for ideas. About auto actions and their limitations. Okay, I added that to my notes. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay here at the Strim. Okay, back to the arts. Oh, if I haven't explained this other thing before, when it comes to vector lines, vector lines can erase really well. So for instance, if I had like 2 crosses here and then I erase it, it's gonna erase that whole entire line. And then if I have 2 lines here, I can erase that middle line. So like that's another reason why I use vector lines, is that I want it to, if I want it to erase a line, I want it to erase like a whole line. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Welcome to the Strim. Sorry about the phone number thingy. I just like I think you've probably heard me. It's like I don't like bots hopping in here and being like, "Do you want to gain more followers?" Da la di di da, or what have you, being the malicious things that they are. But yeah, like, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. And if I miss anything, feel free to, like, I think we have stream points. Anybody who is new should automatically have like a few points to even like ask questions. If I miss your question, feel free to like use one of those points. Like they can be easily like bumped back up. Oh. Ah, gotcha. Well, a cool tip that I can give anybody who's just starting out with art is when you do get to the point of asking questions when it comes to learning something new about art, typically picking something specific will get a better result of an answer from an artist. Like I personally know how to answer questions like, how do I get better at art? Because I know how to like reword their question back to them. But most artists don't know how to handle how do I get better at art as a question, which is typically what a lot of beginner artists start off with, which is like, it's fine. It's just that most artists don't know how to handle a broad question. So that's my first really like quick, cool advice to anyone who is like learning art. Still confused about light and shadow? Light and shadow, like, yeah, like light and shadow is one of those things, is like really crazy. Artist shoutouts? It depends. I haven't quite quite gotten a feel out for artist shout outs, unless like you're just talking just like in general about like artists that inspire you, that's fine. Like if you're talking about your inspirations, that's fine. I'm pretty sure like we all know what I mean by like when I say that, where it's just like don't chill, if that makes sense. But like if you're like, man, this one artist inspires me, I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Like I love hearing people's inspirations and who inspires them. That's like always really cool. Let's see. Hopefully I explained that well. I am from the US. I moved around a lot as a kid, so I don't really have like a specific home of residence. And even where I currently live, I don't like, it's not really like, I don't know if it's the place that I'm going to end up staying. Whenever I do find my own place. But I am from the US. I can say that I was born in California and lived in many places, including Florida, Tennessee, and Colorado. And I think very briefly in Nevada. A lot of moving. Yeah. Definitely so. Life will definitely take you places. But yeah, I can say for a fact that it's just like the United States, just like, as like just like the basic answer. um. I'm debating on making. I think I might actually do that. There we go. Ah, nice. I'm glad you enjoyed your visit here in the US. There's a lot of really cool opportunities. And like there's some neat stuff here in the US. I cannot deny that. Did you go to an art college? Or was it a different subject while you were here in the US? It sounds fluidy. Ah! I didn't know. I don't know my voice very well, but yay! I feel very flattered about my voice being called nice. Even though a lot of my subs and followers have told me that my voice is nice, that imposter syndrome sneaking in, being like. It's like sus sounds. I forgot I had a soundboard. Sorry if I spooked anybody. I was like, oh yeah, I have this now. It's not a real soundboard. It's not one of those really expensive ones. I'm just using my phone as an outlet to press the button. Also, yes, Hollow Knight vibes. Good shit. Do you have an American accent? Ooh. Just to be perfectly frank, I will not praise myself on my English. I sadly grew up in a very like, my educational system really failed me growing up. So I might get words and reading. I might read things wrong as well. At times. Which sucks, but it's what happens sometimes here in the US. The educational system fails some of us along the way. Lar. ER. Technically, there's a lot of American accents in the US. I have been told that I sound like Californian at some points, and then sometimes Southerner, just because I use y'all, because y'all just sounds, y'all as a word itself is a good word. I don't like saying you all. It takes too long, so I just say y'all. I just adopted that from the southern part of the US. I'm very lazy. I don't like using the whole word. You all sounds awkward. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, y'all is it's just a good word. It's like, why not use it? It's just like it's just a good word. Yeah. Hi Paul, how you doing? Oh man, my observation of time is really failing me today. For some reason, I thought it was Tuesday. I know, but it's Monday. And then just seeing you, Paul, now, I'm like, oh shit, is it Friday? I'm like, no, we just went over this, Ray. It just you thought it was Tuesday and it's Monday. It's still Monday. Also, I completely forgot to actually like finish my character sheet over the weekend. I got so sidetracked by like being very hyped about new organization tips and tricks from like my studies, and I'm like, it's like, I'm gonna be super organized, and then I completely forgot about my character sheet. Oh man, it just be like that. Let me see. If you want a weird accent, let's see, visit the New York. Oh man, I have two I have two New Yorker friends, as far as I'm aware. That is, because the internet is a vast, vast place, and people are rightfully so being safe with not just like revealing their location and doxing themselves. But anyway, I digress. I have two New Yorker friends, and like they both sound very different, but there's a few words that they say that sound like they sound alike only when they say very specific words. And they live in two different parts of New York. So it's just like, yeah, like even New York on its own has its own accent, like sets of accents, depending on where you go in New York. Hello. It's really interesting. I want to fix his hair. I love her little hair bumps here. It just doesn't like it doesn't quite fit my style in its entirety, so I had to like make up my own variation of her hair, which includes her dreads being balled up. I think I will tighten up this one a little bit more. There we go. Much better. Sounds complicated. Yeah, English language is... It's complicated even for Americans who have it as their first language. Sobs. Yeah. And never be afraid of it evolving. That's another thing I see a lot of people struggle with, is that your art style will always be evolving. Even if you're like at a point where you're like, man, I really like this style, and then one day it'll just like go all cattywampus and start shifting in ways that you weren't expecting it to, and you're like, what are you doing? No, stop. It's just like, just let it happen. just It's just gonna happen sometimes. But yeah, like a lot of my styles are a mixture of anime and comic artwork mixed together, and then a few artists that I admired over time helped me develop my style. So it's like a blend of different artists with a mixture of like my own habits. Um, Also, I also have a very what's the word? It's not chameleon. It's I can have a very shifty style, as in like not shifty as in like sus, but more of like shifty as in like depending on how long I stare or try to accomplish a specific style, my style will start to yeah, fluid shift, like morph. It will change a little bit. It has more like it can be easily influenced. Yeah. In animation, that's actually like a necessity is that you have to be able to adapt your style to another person's style. So if you can do that, then that's really good. I just need to, like, I still need to learn how to hone it in and be able to shift it whenever I need to, as opposed to like it popping up on me when I least expect it. Am I forgetting anything here? No. Okay. I just need to fix this hair braid. Okay, cool. It also, yeah, that's very true. It causes that, like, it's like, do I even have a style? And it's just like, yes, like, only you can recreate a specific style in the specific way that you create it. And this is something that I've tried to tell myself, and I still get caught up on exactly that. And I have good days and bad days when it takes control. But through and through, regardless, like, in the end, your style will always be your style. And if your style makes you happy or satisfied, then that is all that you need. As Guru Ray just pops out of nowhere. Just be like, be one with your style, young Padawan. It is mysterious and ever-changing. And it only asks to be accepted. I just realized that these coins are not in the right position. Hold on. Oh. Here we go. Move that down. You can kind of think of like an art style as like a recipe, like that's been like passed down from generations to generations through cookbooks and stuff like that. But in the end, like, you will always flavor it and change the desired, like, change the ingredients to suit your needs and suit your flavor. Yeah, and then these same little hair danglies are not hair danglies, the coins are gonna go down here as well. So I'm gonna keep them on their own layer. I'm actually gonna change it to orange so I know which color, or not color, know which thingamabobber it is. Taking a bit. There we go. Okay, the hair is done. We're getting to the part where I'm like, I'm gonna be, yeah, in pain. Artist pain. Yes. Why are we here? Only to suffer? Yes. Yes, we are. I'm gonna be so happy with these clothes once I get officially started on them, but right now I'm looking at them and I'm like, I don't want to touch these right now. I don't want to touch her clothes. I really don't. We will instead ink around her clothes for now. I mean, like, parts of it is transparent anyway. I should be inking her body regardless. I'm just gonna tell myself that. Oh, and okay, so remember how I mentioned before how you can do this and then erase, right? So like the vector lines can do that, but they can also do that with each other's layers. So for example, where the claw is, I can actually, and the hair is also, not that. The hair is also a vector layer. I can actually go to the claw with the vector erase tool and erase it, and it will only erase up to the line of the hair, which is another reason why I use vector lines. Just so I can have like really, really like clean lines all over the place, and like that's why I keep continuous lines going, even if it's going to be hidden, just so I know that it's accurate by the tail end. Hmm. This palm is being a little bit of an issue. And regardless of what level artist you are, you will always have trouble with hands. If you want to impress so many art people, draw hands first. Learn how to draw hands. Or horses. One of the two. You'll impress so many people by just knowing how to draw like one of those two things like really well. Hands still give me issues. Even though I draw hands constantly, in almost every single one of my pieces, I've made it in an intentional, deliberate challenge to always have my hands showing. Like even like when I started like my first like set of like drawings, I've always showed my character's hands. I think I've only put them in pockets like once or twice, or like behind the body once or twice. Every other time they've been out in the open. Which I'm like, thank goodness I did that, or I'd be struggling extra hard every time I draw hands. But I'm also like, I'd still have trouble drawing hands. And the biggest reason why hands are hard to draw in general is that they are a mixture of angular and squishy. That's the reason they're a paradox in and of themselves. Hmm. Except those hand people. Those are the only people. Oh, I picked with the wrong brush. Love-hate relationship with hands. Yeah, same. Like, I love what you can do with hands to help with, like, a piece. But man, it is still a struggle bus. Okay, and then I'm going to take this. Oh. Okay, brush size 5. Might need to make it smaller. Yeah, nah, actually that's really good. And then grab this thing, make sure it's on thin. Then we'll thicken up the bottom line here. Just to give it some variety. Okay, I'm probably going to add a texture brush here. But we'll do that in the coloring stage. I think I'll do that in the coloring stage. I shouldn't do that in the inking stage. Also, some of you might have noticed that I have a 3D model underneath this. And then other views might notice that I don't follow the 3D model to a T. And I explained this when I was first starting the sketch on this. This was like last month, because I was slowing down on commissions a little bit. Whoops. But if you're, but the 3D models that come with Clip Studio, like, they can be very helpful. Just like make sure that they're not controlling your style, or ruling your style. And what I mean by that is that following a 3D model, especially a base model, to a T will make yours look, make your artwork, it might hinder your artwork and your growth a little bit more than you might think. It's cool to use them, and it's good to use any asset that you possibly can to make a system easier to use and to make a process easier to use. It is 100% acceptable to use base models and 3D assets to achieve an outcome faster. 100%. The only thing, what I mean by like rule your style, is like becoming so dependent on it that you can't recreate your own style without using it. You should be able to still create your own style even without a model. It just takes you longer. But yeah, I digress. And for those who don't know, you can use free, like the 3D models in Clip Studio. They're free. They're absolutely free, and you can even buy additional assets from their material store. I forget what this is. Oh, it's a corset. That's right. I need to go back and redraw parts of that in the sketch, because I didn't. And this is an example of letting the model rule my drawing. The model underneath isn't 100% accurate with the way that she's facing. I used it as a placeholder to help me just get an eyeball view of what I want. It's not exactly one-to-one to what I want. But yeah. Oh, thank you so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. Definitely get some rest if it's that late. Oh my goodness. And thank you so much again for rating. I very much appreciate it. And I hope to see you again in the future if I do stream at a reasonable hour for you. And I will have to leave soon, guys. I do have to abscond and grab dinner. It is not quite that late, but it is late enough to be needing dinner very soon. So just as a heads up, probably will be stopping stream in the next 30 minutes. I need to make this finger thicker. I need to make this thumbnail a little bit. But we got a good chunk of this artwork done today. A lot of the details that are going to go, well, not a lot of them. A lot of the details is going to go into the skirt right here and this top piece right here. But we got another good chunk of details done with like the claw here. And her body. So that's a good thing. I might try streaming tomorrow. It really depends on how my chores go. Because I gotta make sure I don't fall behind just because I'm having fun. I need to remember that she only has rounded nails. Oops. There we go. Much better. And thank goodness I'm doing a recording of this because, man, I do love me turning my canvas. Hey! Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry if the authentication thingy is a hindrance. We just trying to keep them bots out. Much better, yes. Yeah, I want this part to be transparent. I'm gonna have to really clean up that dress sketch. Yeah. If I want it to look really good, I'm gonna have to finish go back and clean up the sketch. A discipline that I try to teach myself is a discipline that I try to teach myself mostly has to do with the cleaner that your sketch is, the easier it is to ink your ink more cleanly and have a solid foundation in understanding where you want your piece to go. That's why I try my best to make it so my sketches are extremely clean before I ink, just so I'm like not double. Like some people could freehand it and be like fine with it. I just spend like it just depends on like where you want to spend your additional time when it comes to a piece. For me, I spend my additional time on the sketch process. More than the than like going back and doing fixes. Because some people go back and paint or draw over it to do fixes, and I do that occasionally, but not very, very often because I try my best to make sure that my sketch looks as clean as possible when I reach it. Oh dear, my stomach is a grumbling. I think it's about time to stop, my fellows. Wait a minute, hold on. Sorry, I was getting confused by the leggies. So if anybody has any questions for the last little bit of this this stream, please ask at this time, so I can get through them before I have to go for dinner. Need to make her calves just a little bit bigger. She has a lot more leggy than the Clip Studio models, that's for sure. The Clip Studio models have a really, really, really hard time with making thick calved ladies. Detail in the hand is beautiful. Thank you. I love spooky stuff. I also love monster detail as well. I rarely get to do monster detail stuff. I did it a lot as a kid, now that I remember. I used to use only pen and ink for a lot of my artwork when I was growing up until I discovered digital. And then I started getting into color. So I started off in a position of just practicing detail work and inking before diving into color. I don't think I have any of my old inking stuff. It might be on my super ridiculously old DeviantArt, where a lot of like my cringe compilation comes from, but you can't learn to be free if you can't be cringe first. You can't learn what's cringe until you cringed yourself. Oh, what the flip-a-flap? Oh, I see. Okay. Is that gonna work? Probably not. There we go. That should work. I can't wait to show you guys colors. Coloring is definitely my strong suit. Out of all things I've gotten the most compliments on is my coloring. But I won't be able to get to colors today at all whatsoever. I still have a whole bunch of inking to do, which includes the dress, the feathers, and then the pool. So that's gonna take some time and a half. There we go, much better. I think I will make this one feather gloopy. Let's just do that. Just gloop some of the feathers. Make them a little bit. Okay. Hello. Oh dear. Caught me right when I'm about to stop my stream as well. Oh no. I need to grab dinner super bad. I'm very, very hungry. I need the nom noms. I almost want to look up feathers covered in paint just so I can articulate this just a little bit more. But I'm gonna have to look that up another day because I gotta start slowing down. But yeah, we got a good chunk of this done today. I'm going to save. And yeah, like if you guys have any questions, 15 minutes, feel free to ask. If there's no questions, I'm just gonna like start heading out. Questions can be about art, about Clip Studio, about myself, other various things. I also need to check out this frame droppage that keeps happening. But yeah. I think we are done with Onyx for today. Clip Studio's page still a non-explored place for me. All good, all good. I'm gonna change to chiller music. There we go. Well, if any questions do pop up, and you happen to be in stream, I always welcome people asking. Let's see. Some things to sign off on for anybody who's just it's all good. It's all good to be shy. Let's see. I'll just throw out some helpful little tips and tricks here and there near the tail end of this stream. If you are the type of artist that needs references for your work, as well as wanting to have color palettes for your characters easily referenced, there is a window that is available in Clip Studio that's called the subview. You can find the subview if you already closed it out. You can find the subview if you open Windows and go, let's see, where is subview? Subview is right under, oh, sorry, that's subtools, excuse me. Where is subview? Or is it in view? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's underneath navigator. When you click subview, what a subview does is that it allows you to put in reference images. And if you hit the little eyedrop thing here, you can even eyedrop colors directly from the artwork that you upload here. And you can upload multiple pieces of artwork to this as for references or for color swatches and stuff like that. So it's very, very helpful for like comic artwork, or if you're doing commissions and you're needing a certain reference. You can even flip the canvas inside the reference view. You don't have to open it in another window and move it off to the side anymore. You can just have it all in your subview for easy access and easy color picking. Yeah, these references right here that I'm toggling through, like these guys right here are all my own characters from my own comic. And then this one's an illustration that I did, commission that I did earlier or near the end of last year. And I haven't removed the view yet, but this is one of my pieces that I worked on, and I was working on another piece for this person. So I put that in there. And then this one is the reference sheet for this character, done by Star Creator. Yeah, you know who that is. Okay, cool. Sweet. Never know who is a Mystery Skulls follower or not. Onyx is also a Mystery Skulls OC. Ah! Awesome, awesome. Welcome, welcome. I didn't even know. Yee. Let's see. And then I have some emote references that I've done for another commission that I need to follow up on, and more artwork there. So yeah, you can toggle through all the artwork that you need as references and add more with this little folder thing. Zoom in, zoom out, color drop. Let's see. What else? What are other little things that could be helpful just for like exploring through? The ruler tool. Not many people realize there's a ruler in Clip Studio. These rulers right here are all helpful in various ways. I highly recommend playing around with the special rulers, especially because they have different options in this little drop-down menu. And they're really, really cool for creating specific shapes. I'm going to show some examples here. Do you know if the subview is on the yes, it should be. Let me see. I don't have my iPad near me, so I can't find it right away. But you might find it in one of these windows right here. So like sometimes when you have a new Clip Studio program, the subview will be nestled next to one of the other windows, like this. Typically it's next to the navigator. Oh no. Yeah, I'll make sure to turn that off for next stream, for any new peeps. Let's see. Let me read this last one. Normally, when I do a commission, I like saving the drawing with no shade. Yeah, I completely understand that. I do that for palettes, for color palettes. I do that for my emotes. I always save a version of an emote that has just the flat colors, because sometimes I forget how I shade or flat colored a previous commission. But for the iOS, if you don't see the window next to the other ones, I recommend going into into Window, and it should be in the same spot, because typically, from what I've observed so far, both the Clip Studio mobile version and the desktop version are pretty much the same in terms of layout. It's just more convenient to have it in a different way, because desktop, of course, has more space, and then the mobile version doesn't. You're a Procreate user? Oh, yeah, like Procreate on iPad is so good. It's so, so good. I cannot, like, if I had to recommend anybody who was limited on what they could have as a tablet and an on-screen tablet, I would recommend Procreate over Clip Studio if they only had an iPad, for the very reason that it has a lot of the tools that I wish Clip Studio had for iPad, such as their auto adjustment tools when it comes to creating circles and squares. It's more friendly. It's more art friendly. Clip Studio mobile has a lot of like benefits for very specific things. And it is cheaper than some of the Adobe iPad products, while also still having that variety. But yeah, like combining the two, a lot of people have combined the two platforms. Like, for instance, my friend Wyn, W-Y-N, my friend Wyn, he uses Clip Studio to at least get the models down. Like, he uses the 3D models in Clip Studio. He only uses iPad, from as far as I know. So he uses the 3D models and does a rough sketch in Clip Studio, but then when he's wanting to do the serious drawing and inking, he moves it to Procreate. And then when he wants to do special effects, he moves it back into Clip Studio and adds like the effect brushes. So like he bounces between the two. So yeah, like it's so cool to see people who like are using iPad and like using Clip Studio for that kind of stuff. And Clip Studio also has a really great like cloud tool. So if you want to upload things into their platform, into their cloud, you can save your files that way as well, if you needed to do that. So like there's a few things that Clip Studio still has that's like makes it very, very nice to have on iPad. But yeah, like Procreate is just like, it's really, really friendly when it comes to types of drawing. I wish Procreate and Clip Studio like could like merge together. Like, I really, really want them to merge. They both have great things, but they're sadly separate programs. But yes, I think that is all for me today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you do find yourself having questions in the future that you wish to ask me, there's no shame in like notepadding that down and writing it down somewhere for future streams, because I'll be happy to answer those. And yeah, I hope you guys have a fabtabulous rest of the day, morning, night, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. I have been your host, Ray, and I hope you all stay safe, and remember to stay awesome. Yay! Okay, bye-bye!